Alright, I'm now alive. Oh my god. Alright, kids. So, what do I do? Oh, actually, hold on 1 second. Bink, bink. Bonk, bonk. Oh no, there's no cat. It's just me. It's just me. I'm like humming a song. So no cat, just me. Yeah, okay. Now what am I gonna do? Bruh. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. I think maybe today I'll lecture. Maybe. I don't know how good I'm at with lecturing, but I think I'm gonna lecture today. Just like a little lecture.
Yo necesito un reloj. Un reloj. 3. Yo necesito la cuenta.
¿Con tomate? Con tomate. Mi chaqueta favorita.
Okay, hold on. So today I'm gonna go into lecture mode. So how this gonna work is that, yeah, I'm just gonna go into lecture mode. So so a game, right? If we're talking about a game in game theory, we're looking at two players with, I'll just do 25 minutes straight of lecturing. So if we're looking at a game in game theory, the two players, there should be two players, right? I mean, I don't know, at least two players, right? I don't even fucking know, right? And they should get, god damn, I wish I had a pencil right now, but they should have two possible outcomes. So you have to go draw paint out. Let me put paint, Microsoft Paint. Paint. Nice. Okay. And then boom, like that. Okay. So, boom. Okay, now. So if we have a game, right? Shapes. If we have a game, we should have, this is the box where the game shall be. And then we have, I'm using a trackpad, so don't judge the bad handwriting looking shit, because I'm trying. Right, this is the box where the game is. Now there should be two players usually in this box, P1, P2, and P1, right? And then they have two choices. They have C1, player 2, also, this is in the lecture box. Player 2 should also, this player 2 should also have a choice of choice 1 to play. Player 1 has a choice of 1 to play. They also have choice 2. Player 2 has choice 2. And then they should have payoffs, right? Now the payoffs right here, we have 9, 9, 7, 7. No, 7 is not. 7, 7, and then we have 9.5, 5, oh boy, 9.5. This is why I need an iPad, because I can't draw with my touchpad. 9.5, right? Right. And then at the very bottom, we have 8 and 8. 8 and 8, right? So this is what a game looks like. This is the basics. We have players, which is P1, P2. And we have options, also known as strategies, C1, C2, C1, C2, right? And then each player can receive a payoff based on the strategies they choose. So for reference, the numbers on the left are the payoffs for player 1, and the numbers on the right are payoffs for player 2. So yeah. So if we were to find the Nash equilibrium of this chart, we would see that the Nash equilibrium is when, I believe it's when both players play C2. Now, the reason why is because even though 9 and 9 is the best payoff for both players, even though 9 and 9 is the best payoff for both players, it's not like they're not incentivized to do that, because the players, they want to they only care about their own payoffs. They don't actually care about what the other person gets. So if you look down here, and here, and then, so this red one represents the payoffs for player 1, okay? And then and then the blue ones represent the payoffs for player 2, right? I should title this Explaining Nash Equilibrium to a 5th grader or something. I don't know. Alright, so excuse the bad handwriting, as I said before, because no, I'm not doing homework. I'm explaining. Lecture mode. Okay, so this part in the green, right here, this one, oh fuck, this one right here, that one be the Nash equilibrium, and the reason why is because if you look at the payoffs for player 1, you see 9 and 7, 9.5 and 8. So 9.5 is obviously greater than 9 for the payoffs, and 8 is obviously greater than 7. So player 1 is very likely to choose C2 because the payoffs are greater for them. And keep in mind, they don't actually care about the other players, so this is like valid. And then for player 2, right? Player 2, their payoffs are 9 and 7, or 9.5 and 8. Now, obviously, 9.5 and 8 is greater than, when they play C1. So that's why, even though both players, if they were to actually figure this out, they could get 9 and 9. The Nash equilibrium / the best move they can choose is to play C2, because this is the greatest payoff selection. This is the strategy that gives the greatest payoff for both players. So that's why they would both choose the ⶉ and 8, right? So yeah, they would get this payoff. Right. And let's see. So there's actually, I can do another example. Draw some more tables. So okay, and then we have this is right. Yep. We have player 2, P2, and then P1, and then we have their choices, right? So this is basically an example of the same type of thing. So imagine that, for example, you and your friend are, well, simple. I'll just do another example with different numbers. So let's do options. I'll still call them C1, C2, C1, and C2. So in this example, right, we want the best payoff is the lower number in this X, right? The best payoff is the higher number in this X. This X. Okay. So in this one, we see that we do, so let's do -1 and -1. This is this is kind of what the prisoner's dilemma is. If you ever heard of it, this is basically what prisoner's dilemma is. And let's do -7 and 0. 0 and -7. Alright, okay. And then for the one, we'll do -3 and -3, right? Okay. Now, so in this example, we want the lower number, right? So let's see, the payoffs, or so we need to find, we need a lower number. Now, is there a Nash equilibrium in this example? Yes, there is. There is actually a Nash equilibrium in this example. So I'm going to use red for player 1 again. And this is the payoffs for player 1. And then, oops. Then this is the payoffs for player 2. Right? So you see that for player 1, right? Player 1 is red. Remember, player 1 is red, okay? Red. So let me just color this stuff yeah real quick, so it's easier to see if you're not like. So player 1 is red, right? So if we look at the payoffs, player 1 can play. Wait, yeah. Player 1 can play C1 or they can play C2. They have two strategies. They can either play C1 or C2, right? When we look at the payoffs, now we want the lower number. So if they play C1, they're gonna get the payoffs are gonna be -1 and -7. Lower number. Oh no, lower number as in not negative, not fuck. Well, as in fuck, saying higher number, okay? Because I realized I put negative. Just put higher number. Ignore the initial stuff. Okay. So player 1 has the payoffs of -1 and -7 for if they play strategy C1, and if they play strategy C2, they get 0 and -3. So they're obviously gonna play C2, right? Yeah. Now for player 2, their payoffs are -1, -7, 0, -3. Now, the greater choice for player 2 is also to pick C2. So, in this case, just like the previous one, the Nash equilibrium would end up being when both players play C2. So, even though they have like a better payoff of both of them getting -1. It's not like rational because they're both gonna pick C2 because of the greater payoff, right? Okay. Now, what if we have a game that looks like this? Okay, player 2, player 1, strategy C1, strategy C2, strategy C1, strategy C2, strategy C2, and then the payoff. So, put 34 and 6. Right, no. Let's do 8. Wait. This one, let's do 44. And, 0.30. Yep. This one, we're gonna do 0.30 and 0.44. For the last one, we're gonna do 0.20 and 0.03. Okay. So, do you think that in this scenario there could be a Nash equilibrium? Well, honestly, we gotta look at the payoffs of the players first. So, let me do squares again. So, player 1, their payoffs are this and this. For player 2, their payoffs are this and this. Now, alright, so as we can see here, if player 1 plays C1, they get the greater like selection, right? Because this is higher number is better. This one's higher number is better, right? So player 1's obviously going to play C1, right? So, you know, because the payoffs are just better than if they play C2. So player 1's always going to play C1. And player 2, their payoffs look like this. Yep. Now for player 2, their payoffs are also higher if they chose C1. So, because 0.8 is still 0.8 and 0.44, 0.30 and 0.3. but this one's obviously the better choice. So the Nash equilibrium here would actually be when player 1 plays c2 and player 2 plays c1. This is the Nash equilibrium in this type of scenario. Alright, okay. Now, so what if we had 3 strategies, right? We have 3 strategies now. Give me a second. Draw the chart out. Yep, like that. Okay, and then we do player 2, player 1. They have choices of c1, c2, c3, and then here we have c1, c2, c3. So in this scenario, the higher number's still better. So just remind yourself of that. Right. So I'm gonna do 5 and 5, 0 and 0, 0 and 0, 0 and 3, 0 and 3, 2 and 2, 0 and 3, 0 and 3, and 2 and 2. So now we have 3 choices. Each player can do 3 choices of which one they want to do. So we're gonna circle out the payoffs for the players again. Player 1's payoff is gonna look like this. And player 2 is going to have these. Right. So in this scenario, let's see. There doesn't seem to be a dominant strategy in this scenario. I don't think either of them have a dominant strategy. But for firm 1, right? When they choose c1, it is the best strategy for when player 2. For player 1, this is the best strategy for when player 2 chooses C1 also. And then if they choose C2, this is also the best scenario for when player 2 chooses C2. Same thing for C3. It's the best scenario for when player 2 chooses C3. Now for player 2, same thing here. Same thing here. Right? Player 2 would also want to match up. So, in this scenario, both players want to choose the same strategy in this scenario. Now, where is the Nash equilibrium? Well, actually, the Nash equilibrium is when both players choose C1 because it gives the highest payoff for both players than the other choices that they could make. So that's why this is a Nash equilibrium. You know, because if you really think about it, if player 1 moves to C2 while player 2 is at C1, it means, or C2 or C3, both of their payoffs would decrease. Same thing for if player 2 moved, like if player 1 stayed and chose C1 still while player 2 moved to C2 or C3, both of their payoffs will still decrease. So even though they are looking to only care about their own payoffs, right? They don't care about how much the other player gains. It is still the best scenario for player 2 to basically stay where they are, and for player 1 to also stay where they are. Okay, now take a break. Take a break from lecturing. I'm gonna go look at all this book and look at some random shit. I should change the title of this stream to lecture mode or some shit. Bro. Today will be lecture mode. Lecture mode is just shit. Oh, how do I change the name of this? Alright, I'm gonna go and browse my Discord while waiting for this break timer to end. Oh, I wonder. Wait, do they have? I wonder. Why does Starbucks have strawberry matcha lattes? What the fuck? Well, tobacco selection drinks. I think I got. Oh my gosh! Tomorrow, what am I gonna? Oh. I have gone too hard. Inflation, man. What the fuck? What is this? Freaks. Lattes. Okay. They're gonna go back to lecture mode in 30 seconds. Okay, back to lecture mode. So, okay, now, what if we had a game? What if we had a game where both players wanted to mute? What if we had a game where the best payoff? No, not this. This is what it's coordination thing, right? What if multiple points of equilibrium equilibrium, multiple points of equilibrium, so the players want to select the same strategy. In this case, now I'm gonna draw the graphs, draw the chart on it. Okay, and then we do this. We got the yeet, boom, got the yeet, boom. Okay. Player 1 and player 2. Strategy C1. Strategy C1. Strategy C2. Strategy C2, right? And then let's do payoffs. Let's do 2, 2, 4, 4, and 0, 0. 0, 0. Okay. So, in a game like this, where you don't get any sort of payoff if the players end up mismatching, right? And in this game, if we don't get any sort of payoff, if the players end up mismatching, they would have to match. They would have to do C1, C1 or C2, C2, right? So to get any payoff at all, you would have to match, basically, right? I think I said that like 3 times at this point. But anyway, so the Nash equilibrium would have to be when both players match. That's just how it is in this case. So we're either gonna do the C1, C1 or the C2, C2. Is where the Nash equilibrium is. So there's 2 points of equilibrium in this case. You know, because any payoff is valid. And we disregard our values and we look at whether the player has a payoff, because they are playing this at the same time. They both players know the payoffs of each other and the strategy they choose, but they can't exactly like know what's being placed down until they place it down, type of thing. So they gotta place it down in the same sort of like move, which means they don't know whether the other player is gonna do C1 or whether the other player is gonna do C2. But as long as there's a payoff, there's like it's valid, right? So that's why we have 2 Nash equilibriums right here, because both of these does guarantee a payoff, you know, right? There's something like this, and you don't even have to have the numbers match to have this kind of scenario happen. Let me do another one. So, fucking square. Okay, we got the 1 square. Got the 2. Well, we got the 1 square. Yes. We got the 2 square. And then we got the 3. Same here. We got the 1, the 2, the 3. Okay. Okay. So put to player 2, player 1. Strategy C1, strategy C2, strategy C1, strategy C2. Let's do 3, 2 and 2, 3 with the 0, 0, 0, 0. So this is kind of the same thing in regard. So this is a game in which players still have to coordinate, right? So in this case, the players still want to both pick C1 and C2, or both pick C2 at the same time. It's just we don't know which one they're gonna like, you know, do. So in this case, you know, yeah, in this case, the Nash equilibriums would still be these 2 same squares, because that is literally just simply, you know, how the players, when they want to get any payoff at all. So I think these 2 would still be the Nash equilibriums in this. Oh, is this economics? This is this is shit, is this economics? Good question. I don't know, maybe it is. I know economics does play a part into it, but it also mixed these types of things. They also include math. Math is also like a part of this. Later on, when the examples get into probability, then we can start seeing math in this kind of like setup in a bit once I reach probability. Oh, why am I studying this? Because I'm cool, I'm built different, that's why. Yeah, I think this is like mathematical. Um, it's kind of like it's economics, kind of political science, logic, and computer science, biology. It's like a mix. It could be applied in like a lot of things. So anyway, back to lecture. So there's actually like, what if we change the zero? What if we change the zeros to ones? Let's say in this example, what if we change the zeros to ones? So we got just erase this. So this is also another variation, right? And in this variation, the person, right? The person who is trying to get the higher payoff is, no wait, check. Yeah, the person who doesn't try to get the higher payoff in this case is the one who gets penalized. So this is kind of like, this makes it more complicated if you change the zeros to ones, because now player one really has an incentive to pick C1 because they have a payoff of 3, and also like they don't you know they don't get this, they don't this, and then the same thing, you know, like it gets more complicated if we switch the numbers up. Alright, okay. Now we have more. So let's do another chart. Wait, how do I expand this? Let me expand this. Expand this, okay. Alright, now chart. Alright, pin this message real quick. Oh my, pin. Nice, okay. Alright, okay. Player 2. Player 1. C1. C2. No, C1. C2. C2. Okay. Payoffs look something like this. So 4, 7, 1, 1, 7, and 0, 0. Okay. So in this case, we see that Hmm. So C1 is the way for them to not get like fucked up as much, right? Right. So as we can see, I'm gonna just start drawing the colors with the colors again, just so it's like easier to visualize. Cause remember, these are the payoffs that both of them can do. Yep. Easily. Today's lecture mode. So the payoffs are player one, right? We either get, if they play C1, they either get 4 or 1. Play C2, they get 7 or 0. Now they want the higher number in this case, right? A reminder, or just like a little note. We want the higher number in this case. Okay. And then player 2, right? Player 2, if they play C1, they could get 4 or 1. If they play C2, they could get 1 or 0. So in this case, we could see that what the fuck am I doing? Oh yeah, in this case, the two Nash equilibria. Let me do it in blue this time because I accidentally used green. There's actually two Nash equilibria, that's right. And it will be when they don't match up. So it'll be either when player 2 plays C1 and player 1 plays C2, which we get this payoff, or it is also when player 2 plays C2 and player 1 plays C1. So even though they don't get the same payoff, yeah, it's all good. You could pass by, it's lit. So even though they don't get the same payoff, right? Because in this Nash equilibrium at the bottom, I don't know if my mouse shows up on screen on the stream or not, but let me check. It does, okay. So in this Nash equilibrium at the bottom, even though player 1 would get the higher payoff, in this case 7, and player 2 will get the higher payoff, in this case 1, if they end up selecting this choice, neither of them will want to move because, well, you see, if player 2 moves to C2, they both get 0, so it decreases their payoff. And in this case, if player 1 moves to C1, it also decreases their payoff. So, this is why the sum C1 for player 2 and C2 for player 1 is an Nash equilibrium. And the reverse is true for... Bro. It's okay, bro. It's okay. It's okay, homie, just... Bro. Unless the reverse is true for when player 1 chooses C1 and player 2 chooses C2. So even though player 1, in this case, gets a payoff of 1, if we say that if player 1 moves to C2, and when they're in this Nash equilibrium where player 2 has the higher payoff, if player 1 moves, they're still going to have their payoff decrease to 0. And same thing for player 2, they decide to move back to C1, they would also have their payoff decrease, which is why when player 1 plays C1 and player 2 plays C2, it is also a Nash equilibrium. So that's why there's these two. No, there's two Nash equilibrium. So the C's are like choices, right? They're also called strategies, but C1 is choice 1, C2 is choice 2, right? And then, so the player 1 can choose C1 or C2. Player 2 can choose C1 or C2, right? And then the stuff in the red is what player 1 would get. Like if they choose each strategy. Same then green would be for player 2, right? So it is for yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So basically, and the thing is, like, both players, they know each other's payoff. They know the payoffs of each other. Like, they know what is available to get within the certain strategies, right? But they don't know, like, what the other player's gonna do. It's like when you're playing rock, paper, scissors, and you put... No, those are not the Nash equilibriums. The reason why they're not Nash equilibriums is because, like, let's say player 1 plays C1 and player 2 plays C2. So we're looking at, so let's examine the for it's not the Nash equilibrium. So why is this not, right? Why is this not a Nash equilibrium? So if we see here, it's not a Nash equilibrium because the payoffs, right? Player 1, their payoffs are 4 and 7 in this case, right? And we're looking at, so let's assume we are player 1 in this case. And so we're player 1. Let's assume this is what player 2. Let's assume player 2 chose C1, right? We're player 1. So we're getting a payoff of 4. But if player 1 switches to C2, they would get a payoff of 7. So their payoff increases. Therefore, it's not a Nash equilibrium. Same thing for 0-0, right? 0-0, it is also not a Nash equilibrium because both players have an incentive to move to the other strategy to increase their payoff. So that's why 0-0, that's why 0-0 and 4 are not Nash equilibriums. Because if you really look at the payoffs, you know, if either of them, they have an incentive to move. You know what I'm saying? So Nash equilibrium is when, like, the player, like, let's just put yourself in one of the players and not care about what the other player kind of does. So you kind of have an incentive to move if the payoffs end up looking like 4-4 and 0-0. No, there is a Nash equilibrium. There's two, actually. It is when, no, the Nash, oh my gosh. The Nash equilibriums are when player 1 chooses, I'll draw it out. There's actually two Nash equilibriums. Right, and then we'll just, so we have, this is like box. Oh. Sort of like box, like that, okay. I'll just draw it out so it's easier to see. Oops, okay. So there is actually two Nash equilibriums. I'm just gonna like label them real quick so that's easier for us to see what the Nash equilibriums are. Okay, looks good. Alright, so this is when player 2 chooses C1, and then this is also when player 1 chooses C2. We have the payoff 7 and 1. And then this is when player 2 chooses C2, and when player 1 chooses C1, which we have the payoff of 1 and 7. These are the Nash equilibriums. And the reason gaming stream but anyway, these are the reason why this is a Nash equilibrium. So this, right, let me draw arrows. Arrow, this right here, kind of like, oh, I can't. this is the same thing as what we have right here, okay? So keep in mind, this is that, and this is this. Okay? So this left side, explain it. So player 1 gets it's 7 in this case, and player 2 gets 1. And then in this case, player 1 gets 1, player 2 gets 7. And the higher number is the greater payoff. Like the better one. And the thing is, no. A Nash equilibrium is when both players choose the best strategy, and any other strategy will cause a decrease in their payoffs. Right. Yeah, so if you look at this, this is player one would get 7 in this scenario, right? But what if player 1 moved to... Look, player 1 gets 7 if they choose C2 in this scenario, right? But if they move up to C1, they would go from 7. They would go from 7 to 4, which means their payoff would go down. So this is the reason why it's the best strategy for player 1, right? And then for player 2, right? For player 2, if they are in this section, yeah. And then if player 2, right? They go up also. No, they can't go up. They have to go left because player 2 they're choosing C1 right now. But if they switch to like C2, player 2 would also decrease like this. Player 2 would also decrease, and they changed their strategy. So basically, this is why 7, 1, this payoff is a Nash equilibrium, and this is why the reverse is true for 1, 7 right here. But yeah. Okay, break time. I'm gonna get water, I'll be right back. But yeah, next example is gonna be one where no Nash equilibrium exists. I talked so much, it was actually insane. Bro. But yo, that's good. Yay. Okay, I see. It's alright, bring the questions in, I'm ready. Okay, it's time to resume. So next example. Alright, time to draw some more graphs. Or not graphs, tables. Okay, let me just... Nope. Player 2, player 1. Oh wait, I think I'm missing something. Missing like an extra slide. Okay. And then player 1. This is C1, C1, C2, C2. And then we have -2 and -2, 1, -2, 1. And then this one's plus 2, -1, plus 2, -1. Right, so Nash equilibrium. Why is 7, 1 Nash equilibrium? Oh my gosh, here it goes again. So look at the purple arrow, right? Look at the purple arrow. So let me just redraw the red square. So what's it? So the red squares, right? The red squares are for player 1. The payoffs for player 1, right? it's not both players choosing the best option. It's when like one player chooses the best option for themselves. Hold on, let me just like I know I hold on missed like when player one chooses the best option for themselves without caring for whether it hurts player two or not. Like they don't care about what player two gets and vice versa. So like even though it looks like they're getting like sort of like the same thing, it doesn't. It's okay. So like when player two, so don't forget player two and player one, right? Player two, P2 and P1, P1 and P2 are both selfish. They only care about themselves. Right? Important to know. So like if we look at this again, we see that. So oh boy. Different color. Let's go. So square. So don't forget, player two is this bar. They can either choose C1 or C2, right? And if somehow the players both land on this square where it's 7, 1, and then yeah, so player two is the green. You remember the player two is green, right? So if we look at the payoffs, player two can receive a 4 or a 1 if they choose strategy C1, but they can get a 7 or a 0 for strategy C2. Now, we are already put on the square that is on 7, 1, so they are on this square. So basically, in this case, player 2 is choosing C1 as their strategy. If they switch their strategy to C2, which we see by the light blue arrow here, then player 2, look in the green, switching their strategy to C2, they would decrease their payoff from 1 to 0, which means their score goes down. You know what I'm saying? And we don't want our score to go down. Same thing for player 1, right? Player 1. So, player 1, they have their choices of when they're playing C1, they could either have 4 or 1. When they're playing C2, right? Gotta look at it like this. When they're playing C1, they have 4 or 1. When they're playing C2, they have 7 or 0. So they are already on this blue square that says 7, 1, right? So, and yes, two Nash equilibria exists because both of them are payoffs in which if either of the players decide to move, the player, like the person who is moving, the player who is moving, right? So yes, it is correct. You are correct on that. So if the player moves, either of them, like if player one moves, their score decreases. Same thing if player 2 moves, their score also decreases. Therefore, they don't want to move if they have a payoff, like a Nash equilibrium. Right, so that is actually correct. So, the example of 3 choices for each, I'll get to that. But, yes, there is, well, 2 best choices, as in both players, like they each have a best choice type of thing. That's what I mean. So like best choice for player 2 in this case is to not move to c2, right? If we do end up with 7, 1. But best choice for player 1 in the case where we end up in 1, 7 is for them not to move to c2. So it's like, yeah. Yeah, so basically, it's just keep in mind, Nash equilibrium, players don't care about like what the other player gets, but as long as if their score is gonna decrease if they move to another like strategy, then like that means it is a Nash equilibrium if both players have that scenario happen, because basically it's a stable event, right? It's like a Nash equilibrium is like a stable event where both like no one moves type of thing. Like they don't have no incentive to move type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro. Right. Anyway, now back to this example, right? So that this entire thing was for the top. I'm just gonna move this down a little bit. How about scenario where to? Where to what? Hold on, I'll get to it. If you're talking about like 3 choices, I'll get to that in a bit. But I wanna show you where there is no Nash equilibrium. So man, just move this down because this is like real unrelated. Okay, right. So this is separate. Alright, this square was separate the entire time. It's just I had explained the previous thing. Is it possible to have more than two Nash equilibriums? I mean, if you think about it, though, like, games can have more than 2 strategies, so technically it is possible for you to have more than 2 Nash equilibriums, because like if there's more strategies then there's more payoffs, and which means that there's like, yeah, so basically there's more. You don't need like just 2 strategies, right? But if there's 2 players and 2 choices though, if there's 2 players, yeah, actually, yeah, it is. I think it's possible. I think it's possible if there's 2 players and 2 choices for each of the players. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's possible to have if the players have strategies to satisfy that condition. I think it is possible to have more than 2 of them. Anyway, yo, lecture will go hard, yo. Alright, so in this example, right? So in this example, we have player 1, right? They lose if they lose they lose their P1. P1 wins player 2's stat if they don't match. right? Some shit like that. Yeah. So this is how it's gonna look, right? So this is what we call a zero-sum game. Have you ever heard of that term? This is a zero-sum game. Zero-sum game. Now, what is a zero-sum game? It is basically a game in which players' payoffs or interests, payoffs/interests, are in direct conflict, right? So it's like you either win or lose, right? And it's like only one person can win. It's either I win or you win, right? So this is a zero-sum game. You know, zero-sum game? Either you win or I win. We can't both like have a payoff at the same time. Now, if we look at this, there's actually no Nash equilibrium in this case. No Nash equilibrium in this case. Now, the reason why is because, like, you know, like, I mean, it's pretty obvious. You just look at it. So, for example, if player 1 chooses C1, player 2 chooses C1, then, you know, player 2, they have an incentive. You know, player 1 has an incentive to move to C2, and the same thing happens for player 2, like stuff like that. So this one, there's no Nash equilibrium because both players are incentivized to move, since they're like they both can't basically they both can't have like a result in which they both benefit. Like as in benefit, not as in like they're still selfish, so they only still care about themselves. But the thing is like they both don't have like a result where both of them is positive, right? So where both of them gain something, there's no result where both of them gain something, so there's no Nash equilibrium because, like, for example, right? I'm just gonna make sure this is like clear. For example, if we're on this square, right? If we're on this square, player 1 has an incentive to move to C2, right? They have an incentive to move to C2. Because they can turn that -2 into a +2 if they move to C2, right? Same thing for if we're right here, right? If we're here, C2, player 2 has an incentive to move to C1 from C2 so that they can turn -1 into a 1. So this is not a Nash equilibrium. Same thing here. So player 2 has a -1 in this case, right? So they want to move from C1 to C2 to turn -1 into a +1. So this is not a Nash equilibrium because player 2 has an incentive to move. Now, same thing with the last one. Last one is also not a Nash equilibrium because, you know, player 1 has an incentive to move from C2, because it's C2 for player 1, to C1 to turn that into a +1, +2. So this is why there's no Nash equilibrium in this case. Yeah. Now we can get a little bit into probabilities. But, okay. A little into probabilities, comma, when strategies are mixed. This is a little bit into, yeah, so yeah, Nash yeah, that's right. When in the Nash equilibrium, no one really has an incentive to change their strategy. That is correct. Yes, in the Nash equilibrium, no one really has an incentive to change their strategy because where they are, the payoffs that they're receiving is the best payoff for them. Like, there's no other, like, yes, but that's correct. So, the condition for Nash is no incentive to change strategy, yeah. Okay. So, what probability now that we get the like non-probability stuff in the way, right? Okay. So, let's do. So we have to define like a new kind of thing, right? So let's say player 1 has a choice, right? We're playing a game still, playing the last game. So we're still playing the same game as this. We're still playing the same game as that. Right? Still playing the same game as that. That's still our same kind of like, we're still doing this, okay? The same game still, with the same values, right? Oh. Oh my god, it's not selecting. Hold up. Control C, Control V. We're still playing the same game as before. So what if we started using probabilities, right? So player 1, right? Player 1, they want a 80% chance of choosing the strategy C1, and which means 20% chance of choosing strategy C2. Okay, so, oh my gosh, I'm like chronically needing to be hydrated. Right, so first draft for player 1, right? Player 1 can also choose any number from 0 to 1 represented by with P. So think about P as a variable. Think about P as a variable that holds any number from 0 to 1. Right? Variable is basically like, I mean, if you took 5th grade math, you know what a variable is, but, so think about P as a variable that holds any number from 0 to 1, right? So, so player 1 commits to this, I'll just write it out. Player 1 commits to play C1 with a probability of P, and playing C2 with a probability of P minus 1. No, 1 minus P. 1 minus P. This is how it's gonna be. Right? No questions so far? Okay. So this is what's up. So player 1 commits to playing C2 with a probability of P, and playing C1 with a probability of P, playing C2 with a probability of 1 minus P. Now if you're wondering why is, no, P equals 1, what thing as, like, P equals 1 is the same thing as this part, right? Where we're not, let me just, P equals 1 is the same thing as this part, where we aren't applying probability, I think, right? So it's like, oh fuck. But actually, yeah, P equals 1 is kind of like the overall though, like it's not, like, how do I say this? P equals 1, in this example, right? I'm like saying that P, right? Think about P as 1, right? So P is 1, so P is actually 1 in this example. P overall, right? Like, oh, I don't know how to explain it, like, but, like, hold on, I'm so hold up. Hold on, let me just... Yeah, so P is 1 is actually like 100% chance. Yeah, pretty valid. So maybe, maybe, okay. Wait, I suppose it's kind of like that, right? I mean, I'm not like a, I don't know stats that much, but I believe stats does kind of like have a play, like has like a development in this type of thing, so it might be similar. But I'm not like super like fluent in stats yet, but I think possibly. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go on break. Oh, also this is not done yet. This is not finished. Okay. Well, zone once begins. Yeah. Yeah. P equals wait. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. But I mean, P is just a variable though. Like P is just a variable, but like in this scenario, we're saying that P, right? P is like equal to playing C1. So in this case, P is equal to playing C1, right? In this case, and P minus 1 minus P is the same thing as like playing C2. C2, kinda. Don't know if I'm explaining it correctly, but like I hope you get the gist. But like this is like what's going on here, you know? Holy shit, my brain said yeet. What the fuck is this? Oh, well, it's time to go back to this torture. I'm joking. I'm being sarcastic. Yeah. Okay. But as we're basically, as I was saying though, p can be any value from 0 to 1. So p equals 0.8 does exist. Alright, that's where we left off, I think. Yeah, so just any value between 0 and 1, it exists, right? Because it just represents like the probability of someone picking like a certain strategy, you know what I'm saying? So yes, 0.8 does exist. 1 does exist, yes. Anyway, let me drink water, I'll be right back. Man, I feel like I used so much, I burned so many calories speaking. Alright, anyway, back to the thing. So, where did we left off? Yeah, we left off on... right, so we left off where... So we know that player 1, right? They commit to playing c1 with a probability of p, and playing c2 with a probability of 1 minus p. Now, the reason why it's a probability of 1 minus p, right, is just because, like, you know, like 1 minus p is like what's left over. You know what I'm saying? And that's just c2. That's the remaining amount of probability assigned to c2. right? So actually, just you can choose anything between 0 and 1 for P, and yeah, and the same thing actually applies for player 2. Same thing applies for player 2. Same thing is true for player 2. Now, let's represent player 2's choices, like strategies. Strategy as Q, right? Now let's represent player 2 strategy as Q now. So, with player 2 strategy is Q, right? That means they commit. So player 2, right? P2 commits to playing commits to playing Q. Playing Q. Playing C1 Q of the time, right? Probability of Q of the time. And playing C2 probability of 1 minus Q. So this is player 2, right? Player 2 can either do Q or the 1 minus Q, right? So C1, C2, right? So we actually have a new kind of payoff scenario, so let's see. So like, let's focus on just player 1 right now, right? Let's just focus on player 1. So let's just focus only on player 1 right now. Okay, so I'm gonna draw a table. Bro, this is like slowly turning into like 4D chess or some really crazy shit. Okay. So what was I? Yeah. So this is player 2, right? Player 2 playing Q, like playing like probability of player 2 choosing Q and 1 minus Q. Here we have player 1 with the choosing of C1 or player 1 choosing of C2. Okay. Yeah, so we have this now. And so the first section, this first section is just the probability of player 2 choosing Q. Second section is just a payoff for when player 1 chooses C1. And the third section is when the payoff when player 1 chooses C2, right? Right, okay. So, as we can see here, so this is like, so how we use this chart is that if player 2 chooses, chooses Q, so choosing Q, player 2 choosing Q is kind of like the same thing as player 2 choosing C1. So just imagine this. Imagine this as player 2 choosing, like, this is kind of like when player 2 is choosing C1 here, and when player 2 is choosing C2 here. Just kind of like imagine it, okay? Just kind of imagine it. So, oops. Just kind of imagine that, this Q part with the C1, it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is kind of like how it is, right? Just imagine that Q is like C1, and imagine that 1 minus Q is C2, right? That's like, basically like, just imagine C1 as Q and C2 as 1 minus Q kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Look. Now, if you look at the payoff chart, this is the payoffs, right? This is the payoffs. Oh, see, this is the blue payoffs. So this is the payoffs, right? It's kind of like, so if you look at this and then you look at that, it's kind of like the same thing, right? Because you got the strategies here, just like how you got the strategies here. So it's basically the same thing, except it looks like more complicated now in terms of the payoffs and stuff. So when we're evaluating the probability and chances of player 1 winning with just selecting C1, so this is like this chart represents player 2 choosing strategies with probability, also known as mixed strategies, and player 1 choosing pure strategies, which means without probability. So like either 0 or 1. Instead of in between. This is what this kind of looks like. Yeah. P1. Yeah. No. I mean, it's just easier to like visualize like this, I feel like. Okay. So okay. So this is like, for example, this first square, right? This first square is like when player 2 chooses C1 with a probability of Q, and when player 1 chooses just C1 without any probability. And then the second chart is where player 2 chooses C1 with a probability of Q, and player 1 chooses C2 without anything as like a pure strategy. And then the third little payoff section is where player 2, right, chooses 1 minus Q probability of C2, and where player 1 chooses C1, and same like the last chart, same thing kind of for this, same thing kind of, it's like similar. So in this case, we start looking at this kind of like, it's kind of like when this thing turns from one game into several games, because we're looking at probability now, so we're going over like multiple rounds of a game, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah. So we introduce a new term which is called expected payoff. Expected payoff, right? It's when each player wants to make choices. Each player wants to make choices that gives them the highest average payoff. So it's an average outcome that they expect to get over multiple rounds of the game after choosing probabilities for each of the options, each of the strategies, and they're still making decisions to maximize their chances of getting the best result, right? So now that we cleared up the basics, right? Now that we cleared up the basics, how do we find a Nash equilibrium from here, right? How do we know what is a Nash equilibrium in this kind of scenario, right? Oh my gosh. Alright. Man, I think I spoke too much. Alright, so yeah, what's up? You got a question? You got questions? Oh, okay. Valid. Oh yeah. Also keep in mind that I forgot, these two are the same thing. It's just I didn't simplify them. So this, well, wrong color. This right here. This right here is the same thing as this. I just didn't simplify. And then this right here is the same thing as, oh, oops. Same thing as this. And then this right here is the same thing as this. I just didn't simplify them because I wanted you to be able to figure out where this longer number is coming from, where the shorter number is coming from, stuff like that. Right? So that's why I didn't simplify them, but it's just so it's easier to see where these things kind of came from. But if you simplify them, you should be able to get the purples should be it's equivalent, and then the yellows should be equivalent too. You know what I'm saying? So this 2 times 1 minus q minus 1 is the same thing as 1 minus 2q, and 1 minus 2 times 1 minus q is the same thing as, yeah, I mean, just distributing. Yes, with distributing, it's the same thing as 2q minus 1, right? So just keep in mind. Okay. So if player 1 chooses, hold on, player 1 chooses 8, chooses C1, they would get a payoff of 1 minus 2 cubed. Player 1, 1, 1. Player 1 chooses C2, then oh, this is also, I forgot to hit this in. This is also assuming player 2 chooses Q, right? Assuming player 2 chooses Q, player 1 choosing C2, it will pay off of. This is stuff you can see from the chart. I'm just writing it out so that it's like more obvious. So this is straight from the chart. This section right here, you can see from the chart. Yeah, so that's the payoffs for player 1 from player 2 chooses Q. Now, how do we find the Nash equilibrium? How do we find the Nash equilibrium? Right? How do we find a Nash equilibrium in this case? Now, for a Nash equilibrium, for a Nash equilibrium in a mixed strategy, right? So P minus 1. Okay, so this is just a achieve Nash equilibrium in a mixed strategy here. And so if I don't finish this today, I'll just start doing it tomorrow. Tomorrow might become lecture mode too. I don't know. Actually, no. Tomorrow I have to do Spanish, so I can't. Cause I have Spanish homework tomorrow. So tomorrow will actually probably just be a normal study day, but so maybe I'll continue this on like Tuesday next week. But what was I on? Oh yeah. So Nash equilibrium in this would mean that we must have these equal, right? Because if they were not equal, then it's one of them would be larger if they were not equal, which means that one of the players would have like one of the pure strategies would be like a best response for player 1 to player 2 playing Q, right? So because if they were not equal, then one of the strategies C1 or C2 would be good to player 2 playing Q. So if we solve for this, so we get Q equals 1/2. So Nash equilibrium in this case is when both players choose each strategy half of the time. Now this looks like this. looks like that. So copy paste it right here. So what this looks like in practice is when this is 50% chance, 50% chance here, 50% chance here, and 50% chance here. This is the Nash equilibrium. It's when both players choose like half of each strategy, half of the time. So yeah, this will be the Nash equilibrium. The reason why this 50% thing, 50% thing is a Nash equilibrium is because let's say one of them does not like have. I mean, no, because well, technically, close if they don't both have, then like for example, if P2 had 70 and 30%, then P1 would want to change their strategy to kind of like you know what I'm saying? Like it's like then it's like not equal. Then they have to, if it's not 50%, then like someone will change their percentage to overpower the other, and the other would do the same. And because they are not being stable / they are moving, then it's not Nash equilibrium like that. That's just bullshit. Yeah, like that. You know? So that's why. Yeah, they can be the same value, yeah. So this is the best like solution for both of them. Cause like even though they won't win, they won't lose type of thing. Yeah, kinda like that, yeah, sort of. Because like as more rounds kinda get played, you know, like nobody really like has like a you can't win but you can't lose type of scenario. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's like. So in this case, the Nash equilibrium is like a scenario where it's like you can't win, but you also can't lose. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So 50% is where they both don't have an incentive to move to another percent. Oh, break time. Yep, that's it. That's what's up. Oh, okay. See ya. Hey, welcome back, welcome back. Oh, it's 10:20 right now. Yeah, it's 10:20 right now. The time is my time. So yeah, it's 10:20 a.m. right now for me. I see, I see. Why did I stream it? Cause Reddit recommended me to. Reddit recommended me to for focus. And it does help me focus, you know, so it's good. Payment technique, yep. I'm explaining that. Indeed. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, very much. Payment techniquing that shit. What's up? Yeah, so I got the stream Pomodoro, and I got the payment under my belt. So oh, because I wanna be a professional. I wanted to, cause I have professional image on LinkedIn, and I'm not trying to associate this among usness to my LinkedIn. You know what I'm saying? I don't be like, I don't be like, I want to sound like I have my last two brain cells left, and I'm on like stranded on Mars or some shit. So yeah, you know, cause I am gonna be like, yeah, pretty much, yeah. You know, gotta stay professional. You know, outside of the internet, everything. But yeah, it's lit. It's Gucci. Oh, nervous about college? College is yes, I'm a double major in computer science and math. XD. No, college is pretty chill, honestly. College is pretty chill. Like, it's not like BS math, yeah, bachelor's of science, yeah, bachelor's of science for both. Oh, it's specialized to computers. So it's like math, but we're doing like computer math. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm doing math. It's just computer math. Yeah, yep, that's how it be, indeed. Wait, finance? Wait, what do you mean finance? Oh yeah, you talk about like YouTube videos? Yeah, cause I also like finance. Like I am a big finance and investing nerd, so I kind of like that stuff too, which is why I have some videos on that. So but yeah, finance is pretty chill. Finance is pretty chill, but that's not my major. It's not what I'm like, doing my thing in. But it's pretty chill. Yeah, yeah. But I don't know about majoring in finance, cause like I think majoring in computer science and math is like much more much more like you get much more out of it. It's like more utility type of thing. Take finance in college? No, I didn't. I learned finance myself. Like I just read shit, so I don't think you need college to learn about finance. So like in my opinion, finance is like an easier topic to teach yourself than computer science or math. Like I feel like it would be way more helpful for you to get guidance on computer science or math than get guidance on finance. Cause like for me at least, it's just like finance seems easier than like computer science or math, so it doesn't make sense to like major in it and go to college for it, you know what I'm saying? It makes more sense. It makes more sense for me to go to college for like computer science or math or something because it feels like it's much more complicated. So I feel like, you know, you should go to college for like a harder topic that you could actually like get more out of college, you know, like you kind of like understand more from the in-depth stuff than finance because like finance is like really easy to learn. At least for me, it's like really easy to learn investing and these different like it's very easy. Like it's not like some difficult type of thing. And so, you know, I don't think it makes sense for me to major in finance or anything. Because it's not that difficult. Like, I don't need someone to teach me. I could teach myself that very, very easily, you know what I'm saying? Versus like math or computer science. Even though I could teach myself math or computer science, it takes much longer because, like, it's more complicated. You know what I'm saying? It's more complicated. So, yeah. And because it's more complicated, I feel like it would be much more helpful to like major in it. Yeah. Well, I see. But I teach myself finance, honestly. Like I don't think I need like a professor or anything to tell me how to do stuff. So, oh, I see. But like, you know what I mean? Like I think it's much better for me to have like professors for like computer science and math. I thought about having like a finance minor or something, but like I think I would like have to go out of my way for it, and also it's gonna be like a finance and technology type of thing. So it's like it's gonna be tech related anyway. So it's like you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so that's what's up. Anyway, back to explanation. But finance is a good field. I feel like it's just yeah, back to studying. Yeah, but finance does seem easier than like math or computer science. So, you know, I feel like I don't need to like have guidance on finance stuff as much. Like I feel like I can figure stuff like that out myself. So, you know, it's like it's easier, you know what I'm saying? So I don't feel like I need to like get professors and stuff like that, you know? Okay, anyway, what was I doing? Yeah, so basically we left off on where both players choose C1 or C2 with equal probabilities on each. That will be the Nash equilibrium in this case. And so, yeah. So basically what happens is that each player commits to like randomly behaving and with probabilities of Q and P, right? So if we get player one is like kind of like the probability of P, and player two is kind of like probability of Q type of thing. I think that's what I said last time, right? And then like basically, so if one player believes that the other player will play C1 more than half the time, then they will choose to play C2, right? Because like don't forget that like one of them gains something from having them not match, and one of them gains something from having them match, right? having matching strategies. One of them gains something for having matching strategies, one of them does not gain something from having matching strategies. Or some shit, I forgot, something like that. Right? Let me just look at it real quick. Yeah, one of them, so P1 doesn't gain anything from having matching strategies, but P1 does gain something if they don't match. The reverse is true for P2. So this is like how it is, right? If you look at the breakdowns, remember left side is P1, right side is P2. So 1/2 is like the Nash equilibrium because it's not exploitable. No player can like think of any other strategy to kind of like counter this one, right? Because it's like it's equal. You can't really like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, kind of thing, you know. So if there's two strategies where there's no equilibria with pure strategy, right? So let's just say go back to this. This is without probability, right? This one up here without the percentages, no probability up here type of thing. Oh yeah, right. So no probability up here, and it's like there's no equilibria here because like, you know, there's no equilibria involving the pure strategies of just picking C1 or just picking C2, because as you can see, like everyone will want to move all over the place, you know what I'm saying? Right? Because they would want to move all over the board type of thing to like get their payoffs and stuff. Yeah. So like players, so this is like no Nash equilibrium because each player, their strategy could be exploited by the other player by just moving type of thing, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, now let's go to this. So now we have like another scenario now. Just draw some more tables. But yeah, like, you know, the previous one, if someone changes to another percentage, then it like incentivizes the other person to like change to another percentage, which means that people are gonna constantly change their strategy and then it's not gonna be equal. So yeah. And now this chart. Okay, player 2, player 1, strategy C1, strategy C2, strategy C1, strategy C2, equilibrium, right? Next, strategy equilibrium. So this is when each player's strategy is random, which makes the enemy indifference between what strategies they have available. Yeah. So in this case, we can see that if player 1 chooses C1 and player 2 chooses C1, they both don't get anything, but player 2, they choose C2, player 1 chooses C2, they both don't get anything. But if player 2 chooses C1 and player 1 chooses C2, player 1 gets gets an increase. They get something, and then player 2 loses something. And same thing. Yeah, same thing here. So in this case, player 1 they gain something, player 2 loses something. So player 2 really wants everything to match, basically, and player 1 doesn't want it to match, so that they could kind of like gain their own, they could get something out of it type of thing, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So this is like, hold up. You know what, give me a second. I gotta think about this for a bit. Okay, yeah, so um, in this case here, so, you know, player 2 obviously wants them to match, because, like, if they don't match, then player 2 gets a decrease, right? They don't gain anything, and then player 1 obviously doesn't want them to match, because player 1 can gain something, so, yeah. So how would this work, right? Let me think about it. So how would this one work? It would be like, so for player 1, right? Because, yeah, for player 1, they can, if they choose C1, they can get that, 0 times Q plus 5, 0 times Q plus 5 times 1 minus Q, which represents the other option, remember that. 1 minus Q is always like C2, right? Okay, so payoffs. And let me go to 5 minus 5Q. And then C2 would be C2 would have them have like 3 times Q plus times 2 plus 0 times 1 minus Q. Yo, they crying downstairs. downstairs. What the fuck? Oh my god. He don't know me. What the fuck? Oh my god. Someone's crying downstairs. Or somewhere, I don't know where they are, but yo, someone's crying nearby. I don't even know. It's whatever. I just randomly noticed it. I was like, what the fuck? No, just a college building. No, just a college building. Yo, sounds like someone's like having a whole episode. What the fuck? Lol. Okay, so this is the payouts for player 1, right? If they choose each of the strategies. So if they should be indifferent between passing and running, right? That means we have to set the payouts equal to each other. So we're looking at. So we set it equal, right? Because remember, like, we want them to, like, we want the other player to not be able to, like, kind of, like, figure out what the fuck we're doing type of thing. So we set them equal. Oh, fuck. We set them. Fuck. We. Ignore that. And then Q would equal. Yeah, Q would equal 5/8. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's Gucci. So they would get 5/8. Honestly, we can, like, this kind of equation kind of thing, we could just go back onto this chart and be like, hey, could I see that still? You know what I'm saying? Kind of like, look at that real quick. But, okay, so, what was I on? Yeah, so Q is 5/8, right? Right. So Q is 5/8 for if they, if we're player 1. Now for player 2, play 2 playoffs. So if they chose if they chose C1, it would get the 0 times minus 3 times 0 times p minus 3 times 1 minus p equals 3p minus 3. For if they selected C2, they would get -5 times p plus 0. Oh my god, they're still crying. What the fuck? Yo, they sound like it gets serious. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's so loud. Holy shit. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god, bro. For a moment. Oh, it's -5 times p. So that's what player 2 receives in terms of payoffs. But, yeah? Yeah? Okay, hopefully this math is right. Is this math right? It is right. Tell me it is. Night play. Well, it looks right, actually. Yeah. So defense, right? The person who's defending, they want to be like indifferent, because like I said, you want to make sure that the other person can't predict like what you're doing, type of thing. So we also set this part equal, like so. And then we solve for this. Oh fuck. Jesus Christ. Whoa, what is going on? Holy shit. Yo, it's like they're still crying really loudly. What the fuck? I'm dead. Okay, so what are they doing? Jesus Christ. So what this means, right, is that this means this means that T1 will choose C1. This means that P1 will choose C1. Means that P1 will choose C1. Like 5/8 of the time. Oh. So B1 will choose C1 5/8 of the time and C2 3/8 of the time. And think for P2 we'll choose C1 3/8 of the time and C2 5/8 of the time. Wait, A5, what, sorry, what happened? Sorry, what happened? 5/8. Yeah, cause Q's 5/8, right? So I just kind of carried it over here. Cause this is player 1 playoffs, right? Playoffs. So I kind of just like carried it over. Yeah. So like oh, it was like 0 or 1. Wait, what do you mean 0 or 1 only? Like it's like we're still talking about chance. Like we're still talking about chance. You know what I'm saying? Wait, actually, I might have fucked up. I just realized this. I might have fucked up. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, I think I might have fucked up a little bit. Hold on. Go. Just. I fucked up. I think. Hold on. Go back. Go back. We're gonna do this again. Okay, we're gonna do this again. Think why the fuck this we do. Yeah, I'm doing this in MS Paint. Yeah, this is MS Paint. Yep. MS Paint. PNG file. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I got it. Thumbs up. I'll post in the community tab. Easy dubs. Easy dubs. Like, yeah, I'm actually referencing my notes. I actually referenced my notes, except I changed the numbers for the examples and stuff. I changed the numbers for the examples, but I am also referencing from a book. I can actually show you what book it is. So I took notes from a book, and then I'm like referencing my notes, except that like I'm changing the numbers up and whatnot, instead of using like the numbers in my notes type of thing, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I took notes. It's just like I took notes from a book, and then I reference from my notes, except that I'm changing the numbers so that I'm not like straight up just repeating whatever's in my notes. You know? Yeah, cause for my notes I wrote down different numbers than what I did here. So what time are your classes? My classes? Honestly, it's the summer right now, but my schedule for the fall, if we're going like, cause my class ends like this week. This week's the last day I have Spanish. Oh, how long are they? I mean, the classes are like an hour each, an hour 20 minutes. Sometimes it's like 2 hours long. Oh, okay. I see. But yeah. Alright, let's redo this now. So, what was we on? Oh, okay, I see what I did wrong. Hold on. Control Z? Mm-hmm. And yeah, this is supposed to be. This is the. This one, not right. And then, so we ignore these. Ignore that. Or just ignore the. Wait. And then for this. This one's right. That one's not right. And then this and that. Oh, I forgot to start the timer. Start. Okay. But yeah, honestly, I am using the Feynman technique for the studying stuff. So Alright, let me just redo C2 real quick for this. C2 equals 3 times 1 minus p plus 0 times p equals 3 minus 3p. This makes more, this definitely does make more sense. That's better. And then for this one, so we're gonna add yeah, so just cross that out. Okay. Then for this one, C2 is for this one, C2 is hold on. 'Wait a second, I'm confusing myself. What the fuck? Hold on. Just let me erase the entire thing, cause I'm like, let me just redo this entire thing. I'm like actually kind of confused on what the fuck I'm doing now. Give me a sec. Okay. Alright. So, starting with player 1. Shit, hold on. Technical difficulty, I can't change it to black. Okay, never mind, it's working. So for player 1 payoffs, it's looking like C1 is 0 times Q yeah, okay. 0 times Q plus 5 times 1 minus Q equals 5 minus 5Q. And then for C2, it's times 1 minus P plus 0 times P equals 3 minus 3P. Okay, this is better. This makes more sense. And then we set them equal to each other, right? So So honestly, this 5q equals 3 minus 3p. This kind of becomes 2p equals 2q. So it's just p equals q. And then for player 2 payoffs, first there's C1. Let's see what it looks like. 0 times p minus 5 times 1 minus p equals 5p minus 5. And then their C2 looks like 3 times 1 minus q plus 0 times q. This gives them 3 minus 3q. You set these equal to each other, so we get the 5p minus 5 equals 3 minus 3q, and you would get 5p equals 3q. Okay, and then we substitute p for q and p2's fit. Substitute and p2's fit. So asterisk. Why C2 on P1 payoffs? What do you mean? Am I supposed to put an asterisk? Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean plus C2 on, like, what? Wait, I'm sorry, the question is like kind of confusing. What? Why plus C2? No, because the C's are choices, right? Are you asking me? P1 payoffs formula. Oh, I mean, to kind of like understand this, just like take a screenshot of this and just kind of like sort of like it's kind of similar to this, except this is like actually it has like more you know, maybe like I'm like I can't really how do I explain this. C2 formula. Cause like, right, cause the first part of this like 3 times 1 minus p, this one just represents like if you successfully defend, right? If you successfully defend, that's the 3 times 1 minus p. I mean, what am I saying? Like, I'm dead. Right, so this one is like if like what if this one, this first half, this 3 times 1 minus p, that's like if like player 2, right, they kind of like did like a little counter type of thing to player 1 when they're using the C2 strategy. So this would be like, this kind of represents like this right here, like this kind of like the C2 one, kinda, that's like kind of what it is. Oh, the asterisks, I mean, I'm using the asterisk symbol as like multiplication though, right? Yeah. So like it's kind of like that. The first part is kind of like where the C2 and the C2, like both of them do C2 type of thing. That's kind of like what it's like because it's like, what if player 2 can successfully like defend against player 1 using a strategy by choosing the same strategy type of thing. So and then the part where it's like 0 times p, that kind of represents like, what if they the one 0 times p is kind of like, what if player 2 doesn't choose the same like strategy that player 1 is choosing, right? That's what the 0 times p is when player 2 doesn't choose the same strategy as player 1. So like they kind of get that like mismatched, and then like player 2 would actually end up like losing something, either losing -3 or losing -5, and then player 1 would end up gaining something. So this is what the second part of the equation actually is. So like altogether, it's just like a kind of like when the probabilities are added together. So 3 times 1 minus p is just when they choose the same thing, right? So that player 2 doesn't lose anything, and then the 0 times p is when they don't choose the same thing. So we're basically taking into account like the other player's actions, because like now we're kind of in like a probability territory, so it's like that's why it's like split up like that, sort of. Do you know what I mean? Okay. Anyway, so what ends up happening is that we can substitute p for q and p2. So you could kind of think of it like player 2 is defending against player 1 by choosing the same strategy. You know, it's kind of like when you're throwing a ball to like a football player and they're like supposed to catch it or something. I don't know how sports works, but it's kind of like that. It's kind of like, do you miss the ball or do you catch the ball type of thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. It's kind of like, is the little dude in the little helmet gonna catch the ball, or if he's not gonna catch the ball? If he catches the ball, nothing, nothing, they don't lose anything. But if they don't catch the ball, then they lose something. You know what I'm saying? So the 0-0 is like, oh, player 2 catches the ball. And then the other numbers are like when player 2 doesn't catch the ball. So player 2 is like the ball catcher, and the player 1 is the thrower. Player 1 throws in whatever direction they feel like, and sees if like player 2 goes towards the same direction. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. Now substituting, right? So we're substituting the player 2's little thing with the key. I fucking know. Make it we get 8 equals 80 equals 8. What? P equals 1/3. Wait. No, wait, actually, no, this is 1. Right? Because 8p. Oh my gosh. Fuck. Right, because, wait. So. 8p. Oh my god, I'm actually confused now. Holy shit. What the fuck? Mm. You know what? Let's just skip this problem. I don't think I'm ready to answer this shit, yo. At the start, I kind of knew what the fuck I was doing, but wait. Nah, actually, let me figure it out. Oh my gosh. Tell me how I'm. How would this work? How would this work? So. Also, by the way, don't get bit by mosquitoes. They're not fun. Like, my mosquito bite is kind of like fucking being annoying right now. Like, straight up, I'm like fucking confused, bro. What the fuck? No, don't get bit by a mosquito. Don't be like me. Put some actual mosquito repellent on, cause holy shit. The mosquitoes, man, they don't play, yo. Okay. Wait. No, what the fuck is this? Okay, no, maybe we should use different numbers, cause like right now, I'm like my brain is it's not making sense of this whatsoever. Hold on, let me just. Let's just yeah, let's use the numbers that make sense, okay? Let's just use numbers that make sense. Let's just go simple. Go into original example territory. Cause I like, the more I look at this, the more I'm like, wait, but this you know, the more I look at it, the more I make my brain go, what the fuck's going on? Uh yeah, I do think I need to like understand this part more in depth. But yeah. Anyway, so instead of doing that, man, it's good. It's good. The Feynman technique though is good. You figure out what you struggle on real quick. Because like the moment you can't explain something is the moment something's going down. So let me just gonna do similar, same concept, just numbers that are the same numbers as what I have. Yes, pain is good. Yes. Anyway, so what we have here, we have player 2, player 1, C1, C2, C1, C2. And then we'll have the numbers be like this instead. Right, so now player 1, right? They get their payoffs, and they look like this. C1 looks like Q plus 10 times 1 minus Q equals 10 minus 10Q. I need to like brush up on probability or some shit. I think this is like, this example kind of shows me a little bit. And then C2, 5 times Q plus 0 times 1 minus Q equals 5Q. 10 minus 10Q equals 5Q. Q equals 2/3. Yes. They have 0 times P minus 5 times 1 minus P equals 5P minus 5. Then negative 10 times P plus 0 times 1 minus P equals negative 10P. So they would get 5P minus 5 equals 10P and then P would equal 1/3 in this case. Oh, this is way better. Holy shit. This is like I need to brush up on this part. Cause this fucking shit. Cause all this stuff, I'm good. Everything except this one single part is like I'm good. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, but this part I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Type beat. Love it. Okay. Now so yeah, okay, this is right. So what happens is that player 1 will choose C1 2/3 of the time and choose C2 1/3 of the time. And then player 2 will choose C1 1/3 of the time and 2/3 C2 2/3 of the time. So equilibrium payoffs end up looking like P1 can get this, and then P2 gets this. Now this, so basically the payoffs for P2 is still going to the negative, but the thing is like that's just because P2 is like defending, you know, like I said, if they end up defending they don't decrease, but if they do, you know, if they catch it they don't decrease, if they don't catch it they decrease. So there's a percentage of the time where P2 will actually not catch it, so that's why P2 is like in the negative right now. But yeah, but for offense, the the reason why they only want to choose, oh yeah, so also for offense, for offense, right? Offense wants to choose, well, they want to choose C2 1/3 of the time, and the reason why is because if they like have a higher probability of like on C2, then defending against the C2 by selecting C2 too. So like if they have a higher probability of choosing C2 than 1/3, that means that player 2 would also decide that, hey, I should do more of the C2 type of thing. So it would cause like this is the equilibrium, because like if we have like, you know, 2/3 or something, then player 2 would be incentivized to kind of like also choose strategy C2, because don't forget player 2 is defending or some shit, something like that. It's something like really fucking stupid shit like that, but that's the gist of it. But yeah, so for the higher payoff, you know, player 1 would have to choose 1/3 of the time in regards to C2. Okay, break. Alright guys, yeah, I have an internship right now actually, so if I'm not streaming, I'm probably working, so yeah. But usually people have no class during the summer, but you know, like, yeah. Honestly though, I have class in the summer, it's just you don't know when I have them, but I do have them. I do have class in the summer. At like odd times, last month I had class like 8 a.m. and the class ended like at like 11 a.m. So I started streaming at like 11 a.m. right after class. Cause in the summer you can only take like one class per month or something because it's like much faster paced or something. So like, because usually during the semester it's like one class for the entire semester. But in the summer and stuff, it's like one class per month because it's like a shorter time period. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yep. But when I usually, whenever I don't have class, I'm gonna fucking stream because that's just how I am. Usually, if I have free time, I just stream. So. Oh, I'm gonna see the study because I want to get all A's. I want to be an A+ student. Yeah. But also, college is just like that, though. I want to do my very best. I want to do what I'm like. I want to make sure that I'm like getting the most out of this experience. Oh, I made it myself. I actually made this model myself. It took me like 5 days, 5 to 7 days or something. Like straight up like a couple hours, like 8 hours each day, 5 days a week, or 7 days a week. But I actually made this myself, so yeah, you know, it's lit. But yeah, this model, I made it myself. Any future models, I'll probably make myself too. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, I'm built different. Now, I'm actually gonna go take notes for the rest of this, but I will post this. Yeah, thank you. Let me just pin this message. Nice. But I'll post this after I save it into the community tab. Okay, you know what? It's too big. What the fuck? I can't post this? Oh, hold on, let me chop this up. Okay, you know what? It fits. Okay. Okay, this is 7:20 2023 lecture stream. This one is number 118. Nash equilibriums and different strats. Okay, post. Nice. Yep. And then copy, paste. Okay, so that's, I posted it. You kind of need, like, I think open in a new tab to see like the full picture, maybe? I don't know how it works. This, is it showing the full picture? I hope it is. If it isn't, I'm gonna start like getting the list. How do you? I'm gonna just post the imgur link too. Just as like a new post. Drop in YouTube. Math. And then I'll add a link in case someone wants to download it. So link to download. Boom. Oh my god. Kick what? And then here's the link to the full thing. It's lit. Bro, this shit is so long. What the fuck? Anyway, back to taking notes and study. So, yeet. Okay. Love it. Why don't you fall? Oh, educated in game theory now? Nice. Good job. And sweet dreams. Yo, after the next Pomodoro, so yeah. But I'm on tomorrow, so yeah. What the fuck? UFO. Do-do-do-do.
Everything is blurry.
Come on, let's go. I'll take a ride. Dun, 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 my you have found me. Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da. My you have found me. Da, 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 da. Na, 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 na. What the fuck? I'm dead. ᴜᵒᵐᵐᵏ. My major's not finance. What? What, homie? Oh, okay, cool, nice. It actually applies to computer science too. It actually applies to computer science too. Like, I don't know, algorithmic game theory, they say. I don't know what that is, but I'm trying to know. I don't know, I heard that term somewhere, like maybe like Wikipedia, so yeah. Okay, GTG. See y'all tomorrow. 8 AM EST Eastern. Fine.